Alrighty then. Looks like the stream is up. We gonna stream so bad. Oh yeah. Doo doo be doo be doo doo. Biddly doo doo doo. Beep doo doo doo. We are going to be getting on top of our grind today. I learned something super duper dope yesterday about getting some resources that I've been having trouble getting. And the super duper dope thing that I learned, did I already grab? Oh no, they probably went to some random box. Rock your body. Come on, rock your body. There's those. They would have gone to a box that had an input circuit of 1. That's actually something I need to change. So like all of these need to be given an input circuit of like 8. So that they can't ever accidentally take in stuff that I'm crafting. Because I don't want them to take that in. It is very, very important that that not happen. Because I don't want my resources and the stuff that I build and shit like that. I don't want those things going into my storages for my resources and stuff. I probably need to put everything, all of my crafting stations, on an output that has, you know, some specific chests. Because otherwise I'm going to end up doing dumb shit like this. Looking for chests. Yeah, because a bunch of those got put in there. And what's this over here? I feel like I should have a bunch of ammo somewhere. But maybe I went ahead and picked up all the ammo already? I don't know. Killed myself. Oh no. Oh, nope, not in that one. Okay, well let's make a little more ammo before we take off here. Because we need to. Something I noticed, oh wait. Because I was looking in the wrong. Shiznit. That's funny. I don't know why I thought the bullets were made in the survival fabricator instead of the regular fabricator, but whatever. That's fine, I guess. Alright, so we're gonna get really after it with the pumps today. We need a lot of pumps because we need a lot of water storage. So it looks like we can build a couple more there. But I found out a trick yesterday. You can go into a new siege to farm resources. So all I gotta do is just run up over here. And we're gonna fly ourselves away. Fly with me, let's fly away. But we'll just go over here to Godzilla Mountain, aka Sentinel City. And when we do that, we'll get our pumps, obviously, from Sentinel City. We usually get somewhere between like 15 and 40. There's actually some pretty huge variance in what you can get from one run in Sentinel City. And then we don't even have to leave Sentinel City, because when you switch sieges, you can switch sieges from anywhere. And then it just takes you back to Griffin's Reach. And so all you have to do is go ahead and jump from Griffin's Reach, or you jump into Griffin's Reach, you pull out your ornithopter, and you fly back. And then you do it again. And you can pretty much have an infinite number of resources, because the chests respawn every 45 minutes, but it's per siege. So you definitely can't do all the sieges in 45 minutes. So you can get just a ton of resources like industrial pumps and stuff like that incredibly easily. You do have to go through and kill all of the enemies each time, which is a little meh. Now with that attitude. You know, it's not a negative attitude, it's realism, right? I also don't assume that I could, like, jump over a skyscraper or some crazy shit like that. Just not in the cards. I'm not Superman. Where's this nerd at? Come on, show me. There you go. Hey, buttface. How are you today, postmortem? What's the happy haps? What are we getting into? Okay. Apparently I can't shoot the standing still enemy. Nothing much, just headed to farm a little titanium before I go pick up my girlfriend. Nice, good for you. Way to get that game time in when you can. We building the deep desert oh, nice, good job, Gravy. Get her done. That's right, today's a new week, isn't it? Today's Tuesday. Totally forgot. Get bapped. Get bapped. Fucking nerd. Rock your body. Come on, rock your body. Really? Can't decide if I should try and build a fob in a PvP area or just go close to the line. Just go close to the line. I went super crazy with it out in the PvP area. And I created my base on top of a hole. And went ahead and put like my refineries and stuff down inside the hole, and then made everything else look like it was just a place for me to hide my ornithopter. And I made it like 2 days before somebody figured out what was going on. And then literally while I was offline, they broke in and like destroyed all my refineries and stuff. So I lost all the resources that were used to make those refineries. So there's just too much of a risk especially as small as the PvP area is. The the risk of having, you know, your buildings destroyed and stuff, especially if you use like a large. Yeah. Well, and the other thing is it's really hard to get water out there. So the value of a fob is that you can do your refining in the fob. And that way, when you make a trip back to your main base, you're making fewer overall trips because you're bringing a lot more with you. But in order to run a single medium refinery on Listanium, you have to have 3.8 million water a day, which you're not really going to be able to do with death stills. You're not really going to be able to hide that much water production, and you're not going to be able to hide that much power. So you have to put like a visible base out there. And if you're going to do that, then you might as well, you have to be in a guild. You need to be able to defend it, right? You're going to get attacked because it's going to be super obvious that you're living out there in the deep desert. And so either you have a really, really small operation that doesn't really provide the value that you need, or you have a large operation that's really obvious and it just gets taken out anyway and wastes way more resources because of all those extra structures and stuff. I really should ever use my freaking shield. Oh, I got downed again. I get talking and I forget how to play the game. Not that I ever really knew how to play the game. But yeah, I don't think that having a fob in the deep desert, unless you're a big guild and you're just constantly farming, and you could maybe even build a base that used a couple of staking units and was even like really, really big. If you were a 32-person guild, you could get out there in the deep desert and do some real good work. You get right there where the big stravidium and titanium ore nodes are, and you get a buggy out there or a couple of buggies, and you get people just farming all the time, and you run a couple of refineries and stuff like that. And I mean, you could be doing some real good work. Oh, there you are. I knew there was another enemy down here. And I think that'd be great, right? But if you're by yourself or you're a small group or something like that, you're really just not gonna get any value there. So now we're gonna go ahead and hang on a sec. Okay, I think my vehicle is saved. I'm fairly certain I saved it. If not, I'm gonna be in a little bit of a bad way here. But we've got to wait 25 more seconds. Officially, y'all are gonna know what world and stuff I'm on. A trap makes 53,000 water every 8 hours. So, like 159,000 water a day. I think you needed 10 in your base, you needed 20 overall. 20 gives you 3 million water every day, which is just short of being able to run a medium refinery and a medium chem on Plastanium all day. You'd probably get about 20 hours out of it that way. So you build 10 in your base, and then because you built 10 in your base, you get to take 20 out there. So if you want just 10, then you just need to build 5 in your base, and then you'll have the resources for 10 when you move. And then you need half as many directional wind turbines. But it's a lot. I mean, you can only have 40 structures. So if you want to be able to run a single medium refinery all day, you need that 3.8 million water. And so you need, 25, honestly, like 27, which means you have to have, 15 directional wind turbines, which is more than your 40. So you instantly need a staking unit. So the limit to production facilities and the fact that water catchers and power facilities both count as production facilities really, really inhibits your ability to build out in the deep desert and do anything of any real value. I love how it's saying entering hidden world, entering hidden server, but I just had to look at the name of the world in the server to be able to join it. That's so useful, game. Thank you so much for protecting me. I mean, I know it doesn't have a choice, like how else would I join it, but still, totally silly. Probably not really any reason in me putting streamer mode on anymore. Oh, you know what we don't have? We don't have yellow smiley face guy. I tell you what, I'm getting pretty good at drawing these smiley faces. Bam. Look at that. There's Godzilla Mountain. I love Godzilla Mountain because you can just see it from anywhere. Perfect. Well, yeah, so we just went and got those industrial pumps, and then we switched sieges, and now we can just go get the industrial pumps again. And we can do the same thing with the calibrated servos. We can do the same thing with the diamondine dust. Basically anything in the Haga Basin that you need to get that's hard, that only has, a couple of places where you can get it. You can go ahead and just switch sieges and do that. And I feel like somebody told that to me the other day, maybe like a week or two ago. And I just kind of forgot and never implemented that into my gathering strategy. But I tested it out last night after I saw it on Reddit just to make sure it actually worked, and it totally works. So we're going to be able to really get our industrial pump on. We got 31 from there. We need 1,000. So we're looking at having to do this probably at least 30 or 40 more times to run through Godzilla Mountain. That can be done in days now, right? Because I can just go do 10 runs real quick. I could go through 10 sieges instead of having to wait, 45 minutes and then remember, and then wait 45 minutes and then remember. I don't mind busting out the grind. I don't mind the repetitiveness. It's not ideal, but it's doable. But what I don't want is I don't want to do the grind and then have to wait, and then do the grind and then have to wait, because that really interrupts the flow of everything else that you're trying to do. It's really, really suboptimum to be switching activities extremely often. And so I prefer to just, pick an activity and do it until I literally can't stand to do it anymore. You ain't here, you dead. Also, let me know. I'm trying to speak a little more forcefully and a little more volume today, because it'll help make my voice sound a little more upbeat and engaging. So if I'm being too loud and I need to adjust the levels, let me know. I'm going to try and stop whispering into my microphone so much. It'll probably ruin my older brother's life because he'll be able to hear me through the wall, but I think he'll probably be okay with it. I mean, I think you have a super soothing voice, like I'm listening to a radio show. Well, thank you, Postmortem. I appreciate that. I've actually, the first time I ever did any public speaking was when I was in the 5th grade. I used to do the morning announcements at my elementary school. So I have been doing public speaking pretty much my entire life. My voice has changed quite a bit, actually, in recent years. All the way up until I was a senior in high school, I actually sang soprano in my choir. So the fact that it's not like super high pitched and squeaky anymore is a little bit weird for me. And I've actually had a little bit of trouble adapting to that. Hey, what's up, Damien? How are you? How's work going? Working is going okay, wishing I wasn't doing it like normal, but unfortunately, money is a requirement. Yeah, it's really a balancing act of, money helps you be more efficient with your free time so that you can get more value out of, each bit of free time and do a little more with each bit of free time. But you have to balance that against, how much free time are you willing to give up to make money, so it is obnoxious. Nice, I had some medical stuff actually push my voice higher. So what I sound like now is not even close to what I used to sound like. I hate hearing myself now. I've always hated the sound of my own voice. 100%. Always hated it. Even now, I'll go on and I'll listen to some of my videos before I post them so that I can, make sure that my levels are still good and that nothing's accidentally changed or something like that about my recordings. And it makes me cringe so hard. But that's just kind of human nature, I think, because your voice sounds so much different, so much more different to you than it does to everybody else. Whoops. I may have jumped out into the middle of everything a little too soon there. Oh, please come back to life. Please stop trying to die. I mean, same, but it being higher now makes it so hard to clip stuff because I just think, who wants to hear this? So that was one of the things post-mortem that held me back the most from streaming. I've wanted to stream for a long time, and I've only been doing it for about a year now. The 20th will be my 1-year anniversary. And I mean, it took years for me to actually get started. And most of the reason why was because I thought that my voice was going to be as annoying to everyone else as it is to me. And the thing that I've gotten the most compliments on is my voice. So I think as long as you take a little time and, you've got good audio and you've put in a little work to making your audio sound crisp and sound nice, then I don't really think there's much to what your voice sounds like. We're all so used to hearing so many different voices that it's very rare that we run into a voice that's just annoying to listen to, unless it's our own. So I don't think you should really worry about it too much. Don't let that be the thing that stops you from putting out a clip or whatever. But I've gotten to a point where I just kind of assume, I check it every now and then, I listen to it every now and then, but I try to avoid actually listening to my stuff because I know I'll have the same reaction. I'll be like, oh, that sounds gross. No way somebody wants to listen to that. I'm not putting that out there. And then I just won't put stuff out. So I try to just avoid even listening. Thanks for the congrats. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm really excited. I went and actually took a look at like my Twitch streams and like my all-time hours streamed. And over the course of the last year, although it's fluctuated a little, sometimes I'm not really interested in the game I'm playing, so things drop off a little. Sometimes I'm really interested or the game's really new, and so, I'll be streaming like 10 hours a day. But overall, for the entire year, it's averaged almost 40 hours a week of just stream time. That's not even including, making thumbnails, putting out videos, working on anything else or doing anything like that. So it's been a good year. There aren't very many things that I'm able to do and still enjoy after doing them for 40 hours a week for a year, so. This is definitely, I think, something I'm going to be able to do just for the long haul. I do need to find some time to improve some sort of auxiliary skills. I think I'm pretty good at the sit here talk part. That's always been kind of just in my wheelhouse. But I need to work on, the video editing part. I need to work on the art part. I need to work on just getting videos out. It definitely isn't all about, and I need to work on the social, like the outside. Nice, COVID killed all the momentum I had because I was essential and we haven't really replaced people because of corporate logic. Yeah, gross. Gross. The essential worker thing was such a scam during COVID. It seemed like it was going to be good, and like, we were going to be trying to put some effort into doing the right thing, and then it just kind of turned into a scam. I'm a yapper, so networking is usually super easy for me in this area. Yeah, so I don't... I don't have a problem yapping. I don't like small talk post-mortem. I like to, like have a conversation. And so I'm not good, especially at like one-on-one conversations that involve any sort of small talk or that, involve any of that feeling each other out stage or anything like that. So I have a really hard time networking with like other streamers or, trying to build more interactive communities and stuff. I'm not good at getting on Blue Sky and X and posting things. I'm really shit about my Discord. I don't know, a lot of that stuff just seems so unuseful to me because I don't use those things in my real life. And so I don't put as much work into them as I should. Survival Hermit, you can now work on those things because you have worked on being less of a trash can. Hey, I do use shields, that's right. Repair my vehicles, everything. That's the truth. That's the truth. I have you all to thank for that. Constantly reminding me. little shit swizzler. Speaking of shields. It's never going to happen. There will never be a point redeem system on the Twitch. I do need to work more on chat commands and giving people options of stuff to do for interactive chat stuff. And I've been saying that for a while, and I just need to get off my ass and do it. But it's never going to be based off of Twitch points because I don't want to alienate the YouTube group by creating things that are only usable on Twitch. And because the streamer.bot program is so powerful and has the ability to do so much, there's really no point in using the Twitch redeems. They're not as good because they don't connect directly to my OBS and stuff. And I can't, open programs or anything like that on my computer with them or like really do anything. There's a little bit of if this then that stuff you can do, but that's extremely limited because if this then that has a very limited free tier. So it will end up just being chat commands and stuff like that that does all of that stuff. Fair enough, I'm bad in those areas too because same, I rarely use them either. Rivals actually got me posting semi-regularly because I was able to send them and actually edit them easier. I'm really bad at editing, and my sis is a graphic designer but couldn't care less about giving me ideas. That's funny. That's funny. You'd think she would be great because she's an actual teacher. I mean, but that's kind of part of the teacher mentality, right? I don't want to give you ideas. I want you to come up with them on your own. My mom's a teacher. So I feel you. I understand. They always want to ask you questions. Right? Like, hey, I need help with this thing. Can you help me out? Oh, sure. What aesthetic were you going for? I don't know what the fuck aesthetic means. What are you talking about? I'm going for... I don't have any clue what I'm going for. Please help me. Always with the questions. ChatGPT is your best friend. But something I've noticed that I think people really undervalue about AI chatbots isn't necessarily getting the chatbots to do things for you, but when you start talking to them about certain topics, they have a tendency to use language that is more technically related to that topic and that you wouldn't know if you didn't actively interact with people within that space. So like if you're a doctor, then you probably know all the different names for all the different parts of the brain or, whatever. And so if you're trying to learn things about the brain, but you've never been a doctor, then you don't know the terminology to use when you're asking questions to get the right answers. And so because the chatbot tends to use proper terminology, It really helps me refine Google searches and stuff like that. I tried using ChatGPT for D&D thing, but I almost had a stroke after like 3 hours. It was worse than when I started. My wife and I kind of just ran into that problem. We really couldn't give a solid idea to some landscapers on what we wanted to do in our backyard, so we actually used ChatGPT and told it we wanted a Viking themed backyard and gave our measurements and layout of the yard. The picture of the yard it gave a full-on design that we could then pick and choose. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. ChatGPT's image creator, as far as prototyping, is really, really good right now because it's got a really good sense of object permanence that a lot of older models that I used, years ago didn't really have. So if you tell it to keep certain elements of an image, it does a much, much better job of keeping those elements now. And so you can really, really prototype very well with your images. And then, I mean, even if you just wanted to send that image, to another artist or something like that, and like, this is what I'm going for, give it some style, give it some flair, whatever. Could be extremely useful. Or like you said, giving something to the landscapers, like, these are the kind of things I'm looking for. Actually, super cool. Yeah, I think that is a super cool use of that. I've been using ChatGPT and the Godot game engine for the last couple of days to prototype out like a different gathering and crafting system for games like this, because I think gathering and crafting in these games suck, and I want to get a proof of concept for something else that's actual gameplay instead of just walk up to node, whack node with stick, walk up to node, whack node with stick. Yeah, now we're DIYing everything, doing it for super cheap or free because there are hundreds of people constantly giving away free landscape. Yeah. Pallets, rocks, dirt, gravel, etc. on Facebook. Yeah. Yeah, because there's no other way to get rid of that stuff, right? Like you order by the yard or you order by the truckload, and then, you find yourself with half a yard left over or, whatever, and just literally no way to use it. So what do? You get somebody to come pick it up for you. Because, I mean, it would cost you more than it's worth to have somebody come and pick it up and, take it away or whatever. You're not going to be able to sell it because it's such a small amount. This stuff is great. Absolutely. And landscaping can be fun work to do. I've done a little bit in my life. Laid pavers and done gravel driveways and all kinds of stuff like that. Not the most fun I've ever had, but it's certainly nice to see how things transform and to know, like, I did all this work. This feels good. What do you have on this scout? That a thruster and a scanner? Yeah, it is a thruster and a scanner. That is correct. I don't actually ever use the scanner. I just had one. And it goes in its own individual slot that nothing else goes in. Yes. Particulate filter is correct, Gravy. You can also get, so the particulate filter gives you 12 hours of water. There is also on the advanced survival station, you can make another type of filter that gives you 24 hours, but it uses a spice melange and 50 of the residue instead of just 15 residue. So you can absolutely make even more. Or make even better ones, but been using the scanner a lot. You can get some pretty good stuff just booping. That's true. So you can get the treasure chest. I've never in my life gotten a treasure chest post-mortem. I definitely should probably do some more of that. I honestly think that's probably a really important solo activity. Gravy, did you see the aluminum Dimma and I brought back? I think between the two of us, we brought back 17,000. Oh, goodness. That's how you get after it. Good for y'all. Found a town over near the west in the northern area of Shoal. Okay. We might go check that out after we get some pumps going here. Because that is honestly an aspect of the game I just haven't interacted with yet. That's a lot of aluminum. Now you gotta go get a bunch of jasmium. So you can make that duraluminum. I'm gonna have so many house burst drill shots. MK jasmine. Oh, hey, there you go. There you go. Okay, asshole. Leave me alone. Oh, shiznit.
Damien Darkrose says you wouldn't be close to dead if you used a shield.
I'm not even close to dead, okay? I can't see what's going on because my weapon's all jacked up right now, but... Okay, now I'm close to dead. Now I am dead. We used 1 million water within an hour? Nice. This is less than ideal. I am inside of myself. I don't like being inside of myself. Isn't this right here where the chest is supposed to be? No, right here, okay. Oop, I got the wrong weapon again. Okay. Uh-huh. This is going super well. I'm really excited about it. Hopefully, exiting the main menu again will fix that problem. You know, post-mortem, I have never seen any of those issues. Everybody's always talking about like the flying worms and stuff, but I've never seen a flying worm. I've never had one jump up and kill me when it was doing its aggression animation. I've never, like, any of that stuff. Most people don't like being inside of themselves. I like being by myself. Does that count? I was like, oh, it's time to go. I hop in my thopter and he's coming up right next to me. Dang. Yeah, that's crazy. You gotta be quicker than that. I love the worm mechanic in this game, but because you literally lose everything, and because the worms are kind of glitchy, it feels a little bit like a bad mechanic. Like, I love the danger that the worms represent, and it's very in keeping with the lore, but you know, you can't make it random, right? It has to be something predictable. And when that predictability is subverted by some sort of a bug or some sort of an issue, and you end up losing everything that you've got on you, it just feels really, really bad. It's definitely going to be a hard line for Funcom to walk. Yeah, I mean, most of the time post-mortem, they aren't an issue, but every now and then something crazy happens. And that just sucks. Almost got eaten by a worm yesterday because I got a glitch stuck on a downed ship. Just barely able to get in the assault and fly up enough. Yeah, I've seen a couple of people having that problem. I am very careful around those ships. Because they are Poorly designed. And they will ruin your whole world. Rock your body. Come on, rock your body. I love sniper rifles. They make my life so easy. Shoot people in the face. Boop, boop. What are we at? We're almost at 100 pumps. We're in our 5th. Yeah, this is our 5th siege. We're going to be a little over 100 pumps here, so I'm getting a little over 20 per siege, which is not great. But considering the fact that I've only been getting like 40 or so a day up to this point by, you know, only doing these once or twice a day because I have to wait that 45 minutes and it throws off my whole balance and everything. I definitely think that this is a better solution than sitting around waiting. And if you had a team, I mean, I think if you look at, you know, I've done 5 of these now. If you had a 10-person team and you did 5, you know, each person gets 100. That's 1,000 pumps right there. You're done. Never have to farm another industrial pump ever. Even if you want to be like me and be crazy and make 60 freaking large water cisterns. Where are you going, bud? I hope they get to the point where they have alliances like Eve, because I know some of the devs play it because of their verbiage on some stuff. I'd like to play with other people, but keep my WoW friends in the guild we're in. Yeah, postmortem, that's what I'm waiting on too. That's why I'm sitting here in the Haga Basin, just doing all this stuff, stacking up materials. Because the game was supposed to be a faction-based PvP game. There was supposed to be cooperation within the factions, and there was supposed to be some sort of motivation that was supposed to keep you fighting other factions. Now, it seems to me that they think that the problems that are existing right now with the way the faction warfare system is broken is going to be fixed by the third faction that they intend to incorporate. I don't think that that's actually going to happen because there's no reward and there's no penalty when it comes to playing nice with your faction. So they've created a faction system where the best strategy is for everybody to just join the same faction. And that doesn't help anybody, right? That doesn't encourage faction gameplay. So, I mean, it really is as simple as creating a reward or penalty system so that when you help or hurt your allied faction, you know, it has an impact on you. either positive or negative. I tend to prefer positive reinforcement to negative reinforcement, but oh my goodness, did somebody drill shot me? I think somebody drill shotted me. Yo, I'm getting wrecked. I feel like they suddenly started doing way more damage. What's happening to me? I don't even know why I'm picking up these compressors. I don't actually think I need them. I think I have a lot. I think it's pretty good. Yeah, my gear's fine. Except for my leap suspensor belt, but I don't have any particle capacitors. Because I'm a noob. Yeah, so we could probably just go back to our home siege now. It's been 58 minutes. So I'm pretty sure I can just restart from the home siege. Or do I even really want to do that? Or do I just want to keep going to random siege? Yeah, let's go back to the home siege. So you really only have to keep track of the last 4 sieges you were in. Because it takes about 45 minutes to do 5 sieges. Eliminate 500 sandflies. Heyo. Apparently I just be murking the sandflies. Get murked. Hey, we're back. Fly away. Um, so let's see. If it takes me about an hour to get about 100 of these, and I need pretty much right at 1,000 more. Probably gonna have to do 10 hours of this grind. I think I want to do 10 hours of this grind today. But I think maybe if we do another hour today, that'll give us 5 days until we complete our goal, which I think is reasonable. Actually, that would put us pretty much right on track, because on the 20th, I want to spend the whole, well, maybe not the whole 24-hour stream, but I want to spend a significant portion of the 24-hour stream building my base for the contest so that I can get it submitted. So we'll try and get all of our infrastructure that we want made by the 20th. And then on the 20th, we'll start, moving things around and building the base and, trying to get something that's kind of cool in the Chome factionless category. I'll look up some references, and I'm not going to be able to hit that from here. God, I love being a sniper. He's the best. Hey, have a good stream. I'll be lurking. Hey, thanks a lot, Postmortem. I appreciate it. And have a great day. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Like, missed that person 3 times. Oh my gosh. I've gotten munched plenty of times. I'm sure it'll happen some more. It's fine with me. I don't mind. I don't mind getting munched. Oh, I didn't realize that there was actually kind of a spot back in there. Ooh, this siege is laggy as fuck. Did I miss something? You switched sieges, but it didn't make you start over in Griffin's Reach. No, it did. I flew back over here. It always makes me start over. It just doesn't take very long. I mean, it's only like a minute and a half flight. It is a fairly small portion of the entire endeavor. I tell you what, I've actually gotten a lot of Solari from doing this too. This is kind of nice. An hour of this in a week would give me enough Solari to pay my entire base maintenance cost, my taxes. Oh, no, no. Let me go. Sitting at 400k Solari right now on my solo character. Dang, son. Okay. I'm gonna need you all to stop killing me. Gracious. 400k Solari is a good amount. I think I had pretty close to that, but I went and spent some. I bought a Thufir's Best. Oh my gosh, I think I always miss this chest. Dang, that means I've missed like 6 chests so far. That sucks. But I went and bought a Thufir's Best so that I could repair mine. And so that cost me like 65k. And then I bought 100 and something K worth of resources like industrial pumps and calibrated servos and stuff. Because I knew I needed a bunch. Oh yeah. Well, you've definitely spent a whole lot more than me then. I haven't bought really any of the cosmetics. I guess I bought some of the Chone furnitures. But that's all the cosmetics I've purchased so far. Yeah, those things are expensive. Yeah, my taxes are the same. I've got it fully maxed out. Beach sand rat. Yeah, I don't have a choice if I'm gonna do this, Damien. You can't obscure it, obviously, because I have to be able to see it to pick which one to join. And so there's really no getting around showing it in the chat. But that's fine. Whatever. I don't care. Yo. Check that base out. It's pretty cool. I dig. I have so much work to do on my base before the thing is over. What's this over here? It's interesting. I'll give it that. The top part of it I like quite a bit. The bottom part of it is a little... Oh, holy shit, it does look like a crane, doesn't it? Fucking weird. I dig. Holy cow. Whoa, what are all of these bases doing over here? I wonder if this is like a guild. I bet you it's a guild. There's a whole lot of motherfuckers over here. They got like their own little city. That's awesome. Fabricators are more important than the tier 6 refineries. 100%. You can make all of the tier 6 materials in the medium refineries. But you can't make any of the tier 6 gear or vehicles or anything like that in the tier 5 refineries. You have to have the advanced. Also, don't get rid of your basic refineries or your like medium tier not refineries, sorry. Your fabricators. So like your regular weapons fabricator, don't get rid of it for the advanced fabricator. And your regular vehicle fabricator, don't get rid of it for the advanced vehicle. Because they only make the tier 6. You can't make the tier 5 stuff in the advanced fabricator because it's stupid. Well, so you can totally get rid of the small chem. In fact, you should probably get rid of the small chem because the chem benches and the refineries all use less resources the better one that you use. So once you have like a medium refinery and a medium chem bench, you don't really want to use your basic because it'll take up more of your resources and give you back less stuff. And that's bad. But your advanced fabricators don't make the lower tiers of things. So you can't make duraluminum tier weapons in the advanced weapon fabricator. You have to go and make it in the regular weapon fabricator. Because I think the game is trying to like force you to use extra production facilities or something. Whatever it is, it's dumb. Yeah, it would be better just to make a second medium, probably. The other thing is, if you're like really in need of the cobalt, you can press D on the first screen and change the order of what's getting made. So you could like bump the cobalt paste up if you really, really needed cobalt paste or silicone or whatever. Just in that moment. I don't know. That's the first time I've ever seen that person in there. This is a surprisingly good way to pass levels, too. Industrial pump. Hey, got a free full suspensor belt. What's up? Bow chicka bow wow. Oh my gosh, so laggy. Pew, 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 pew. Oh my gosh, this is so laggy. I was gonna do this for another hour, but honestly, I don't think I want to deal with this lag for a whole nother hour. That's gonna make me want to punch myself in the face. I don't really want to punch myself in the face today. Your doom. Your doom is who is there. You merely adopted the shadows. I was born to it. Definitely need to go get some more aluminum. And then some more jasmium. And then probably more calibrated servos. Which I can also use that trick for calibrated servos. So I could just be getting like infinite calibrated servos. You know, I just realized I could probably speed this process up by, you know, it starts me down here, but I could just leave through the south and then come in through the top and just be right at Pinnacle Station, or right at my base. That would actually probably be faster than flying there. I mean, there is just infinite spice to gather. It's only there so often, but there's always spice around. It's just a pain in the ass to find. And there's too many freaking people in the deep desert. I need the faction system to start working so that everybody in my deep desert stops being friendly. So there's not, 10,000 freaking people farming every spice node. How does anybody even get anything done? It's goddamn ridiculous. Goddamn ridiculous. Help. I need somebody. Help. Not just anybody. Use that. Use that. That. I don't actually need any of these. That's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it looks like I did 7 trips. I got a total of 168, which is a little more than 20 on average, which is nice. Could always join a guild that can launch 10 carriers with crawlers, have a couple dozen backup warnies with rockets equipped so you could effectively own any spice field. Yeah, I would prefer to see 10 different guilds go out together as part of a faction, each with their own carry-all and spice crawler. And then, go with a bunch of extra people who were there to fight and defend and protect the thing for the entire group. That's way more interesting and way more, just way better content to me than a single guild under the direction of a single person doing that. It takes significantly more cooperation. It takes much more logistics. It's just generally better. Really wish they didn't make the DD basically every man for themselves, unless you're like, yeah, well, and so I don't think it was their intention, right? Their intention, I believe, was to have factions be valuable in the deep desert. My intention is to get to 6 million water storage, Damien. That is my goal. Not just to get to 6 million water storage, but also to get to a point where I can passively generate 6 million water every day. Which means I need 40 of these bad boys. I think my feeling on it is that if you have enough water storage that you can hold a whole day's worth of water, you're pretty well off. So however much water you can make, that's probably how much you should be able to store. Gravy, apparently we are slacking on our water storage. I mean, if you're only able to make, 1 million water a day, then I don't think there's much point in being able to hold more than that. You're just going to use it. It's unlikely that you're going to be sitting around just letting your water chill. Especially, I mean, y'all are a guild, so you have lots of people. And so I think that's probably another big part of it, is if you've got people who are going to be on at different times of the day, and so they're going to be triggering your refineries and stuff like that at different parts of the day, then you don't really need more water storage. You need more water generation. And then just enough storage to get, 5 or 6 hours worth of stuff started. But I need enough storage that I can wake up, get on, and trigger, 8 hours worth of stuff. So, because the game sits idle, my base just sits idle for 10 to 16 hours a day, depending on whether or not I log on for a second time or not. We do have 6, I think, advanced death stills, plus the other stuff like those medium wind traps you have. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, 6 death stills is 300,000 water in an hour. So I make, let's see, I have 16 large wind traps, and they each make less than 10k an hour. So I make less water than you an hour. But I make it all the time. I only make about 2 million water a day. Oh, I'm muted. And that's the way it works, right? Is so the more active the water gathering is, the more efficient it is on a water per time basis. So, if you're going out and getting bodies and you're filling up death stills every 45 minutes to an hour, then you're getting, 50,000 water per hour per death still. But I'm getting only 50,000 water per 8 hours with these. But I only have to interact with these once every couple of days. And they just generate water all day, every day. So, in order for a death still to be as useful as one of these large water catchers or water traps, then you have to activate it 3 times a day. And that's fairly easy, right? 3 times a day just means somebody needs to be on 3 hours a day. And then every time beyond that you activate an advanced death still, it is more valuable than a wind trap. And so larger guilds have no choice, right? 6 million water, which is I think about the maximum you can really expect to get with wind traps, is only enough for one large ore refinery to run plastanium all day. So as a solo, I can run plastanium all day just off of wind traps, but you can't get more water than that in a day unless you replace some of those wind traps with something else. So if you use, 40 death stills instead of 40 wind traps, then you can double that fairly easily, right? So you get your death stills and you put your bodies in there, and each body gives you 50,000. So each death still you can get with 40 death stills instead of 40 wind traps, you can get 6 million water every 3 hours. So that would be, if you went and did it 6 times, then you could have 12 million water, so you could double. If you did it 9 times, get 18 million water, so you could triple. So you could run 3 large ore refineries all day on plastanium. Now the large death stills do take more power, so you will also have to use the better power. You'll have to use these in order to be able to do that. But you'll be having, so much more plastanium, so much more spice, that it really shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, that's a lot of water right there. Every 6 million gives you a large ore refinery. So that's, 8 large ore refineries that you could run if you ran it all day, every day. But then you have to think, how active is that? So you've got 40 death stills, you're running them 24 hours a day. That means every single day you have to farm 960 bodies, which is a silly amount of bodies. Although I guess I saw somebody selling bodies. Somebody was showing on Reddit that somebody was selling bodies in the exchange for like 11 Solari. And honestly, I think probably bodies, because it's such a necessary resource, and because water is a huge problem, especially for trying to get water in the deep desert, you probably could sell bodies pretty well on the exchange if you just wanted to go a little ham and just start murking fools and picking up their bodies and shit a lot, and you weren't planning on using them for your own personal water. Probably do an okay job. Okay, I'm having trouble getting out of my garage. Let's go. But you could only buy one at a time, then run back. No, so your Thopter's inventory is accessible from the exchange now. So you should be able to buy them and deposit them directly into your Thopter inventory. Honestly, so the thing that I think about the most is just that the logistics of making a really good refining base and stuff in the deep desert is just so doo-doo that I just don't even think it's valuable, honestly. Because you almost have to put up at least 5 staking units. Because if you don't put up 5 staking units, then you can't get access to all of the structure limit. And then how are you supposed to refine everything that your group can gather out there? I mean, sure, it takes more time to bring that stuff back to the main base. But just from a production facility perspective, your main base is always going to be like twice as efficient as your deep desert base, if not more. Unless you want to spend, 15,000 Solari. So, let's see, 15,000 times 5, so that's almost 100,000 Solari every week just to remake your deep desert base. That sounds like ass. You don't need the staking units for the deep desert though, right? You only need enough space for the spice refinery. Right, so that's all well and good. But if you're going to have like a large ore refinery or a large spice refinery or something that requires a lot of water, then you have to have tons of water and power out there. And so your home base, because it can have 80 structures, because it has all the staking units, because you gain production facility structure slots based on your staking units. So if you go out into the deep desert and you just plunk down one base, then you only get 40 production facility slots. So the most water generation you're going to be able to have is like maybe 25 water production facilities. So if that's wind traps, then you're looking at 3 million water a day, a little over 3 million water a day, which is enough to keep one medium ore refinery running all day on plutonium. If you bump that up so that you get, 6 million, then you don't have any production facility slots. You can't even get your large ore refinery. So if you want to run a large ore refinery, you're going to have to drop at least 1, maybe 2 staking units to get an extra 8 or 16 slots so that you can put the extra water power or water generation and power generation in there so that you can get the water required, or you have to carry water back and forth from your main base to your deep desert base, which doesn't do you any good. The other problem is if you use a more advanced version of water generation, like say advanced death stills, then you still run into a logistical problem because the enemies in the deep desert out near the edge of where the PvE and PvP zone meet are designed for teams. And so they are significantly more difficult to kill. And so you're going to be wasting a lot more time trying to get bodies, killing much more difficult enemies. And so now you run into another problem where honestly you'd just be able to get so many more bodies so much faster if you were just in Haga Basin one-shotting super easy enemies and just getting all the water you needed. So now you have a question of, do you want to deal with the staking units? Do you want to deal with schlepping bodies back and forth, or schlepping water back and forth, or whatever dumb crap you have to do to try and get your water and your power and all that stuff up? Or you just build up a really nice main base in the Haga Basin and then just do all your stuff there. And yeah, sure, I mean, you have to fly an extra 5 minutes every trip, and that sucks. But I honestly don't think that having the base in the deep desert saves you more than 5 minutes a trip. So, like, I don't think that there's really any value there. The only reason that building in the deep desert could be considered a bonus is that it costs half as many resources. But you're trading off those resources for your Solari, for, having to rebuild the base every week, for... yeah, I don't know. I just don't think it's really worth it. We'll see, though. Things will adapt and change over time, and maybe they'll change something in the future where, like, you'll get bonus production facilities in the deep desert. I feel like that would probably be the route to go if you wanted people to build out there, would be to give them some sort of a 1.5x number of production facilities bonus or something, so that you could produce more out there. Yeah, I mean, the water requirement for making plastanium is ridiculous. To make the stravidium fibers and the plastanium ingot is 1,350 water per plastanium ingot. And you can make, with a medium ore refinery, you can make 120 of those an hour. Because it takes 30 minutes to make a plastanium. So you're looking at, 150,000 water an hour on a medium ore refinery. And a large ore refinery can make 3 an hour, or 3 a minute, 3 plastanium ingots a minute. So now you're looking at, over 200,000, like 220,000 or something water per hour, which is totally achievable. I mean, that's only 4.5, so 5. 5 advanced death stills. But that's 5 advanced death stills every single hour. You have to be running them every single hour. So that's, 125 bodies all day, which is crazy. Which is why I think that in the deep desert, the passive generation just has a lot of value. The wind traps are really, really valuable, but there's a very, very extreme upward limit to what they can do. Because it's just so much more difficult to get bodies in the deep desert. But, like I said, it's possible that I'm just a dum-dum who doesn't understand anything. It's not very probable, but it is possible. It's freaking buggy, dude. Crashes into everything, flips over super easy. Makes weird ass hops. This guy's some strange physics.
Damien Darkrose says hydrate.
Beach to it. Get wrecked, nerd. Get freaking wrecked. You thought you had me. You thought you had me. Your face has a delay. How about that? Get wrecked, nerd. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. You don't even know what my face looks like. You don't even know what my face looks like. Do I have jasmium crystals left over? What in the hell? Apparently bad enough that you were told you have a face for radio. Probably only a mother. Honestly, I don't even think my mother loves my face. Pretty sure she just tolerates it because she doesn't have a choice. Why are you stuck? Fall down the mountain. Video killed the radio star. Video killed the radio star. Radio star. I always kind of wanted to be a DJ on the radio when I was a kid. Thought that'd be a super dope job. I should have tried a little harder to do that. Would have been a cool first job, you know? Okay, game. This assault doctor's so fat. The answer is no. No matter what the question is. Because why not? I'm actually going to tear that whole building down and make it bigger. With probably the same amount of hangars, but bigger. And because eventually I'm going to fill them up and they're going to be like Hot Wheels inside of the Hot Wheels plastic case. Right, where you put them on display. So I'm just going to fill them up with different ornithopters. And they're just going to be chilling there. And they're going to be my little collectibles. I'll probably take down the side walls and just put all pentashields. And then just plunk them down in there. And that'll be my little collectible wall. Get all the different skins and stuff like that. Just have them up there. Flex on everybody. Well, so eventually it'll all be Mark 6. And I don't think I'm going to put like Mark 4s and Mark 5s in there. I'll probably just focus on trying to get Mark 6s of everything. And then getting all the different skins. So, you know, get the Atreides skin, get the Harko skin, any other skins that come out, you know, pick those up for the third faction. Whoops. And then just ball out, you know? Show up, better show out. Smooth as fresh jar jiffy. Too hot, damn. Got a police in that fire, y'all. Too hot. Plus, you'll have your non-collectible ones that you use. You'll have your storage orny. You have your thruster scanner orny, etc. like that. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Then I don't have to, like, change their modules and shit. I can just go in and, like, plop one out of the backup tool and then stuck a new one into the backup tool. It's mostly just all about the flex. I mean, I play more than the average guild combined, so I should have cooler stuff than guilds. I'll probably stick a buggy or two in there. You know, I can only have 10 vehicles or whatever. So I only really want the 9 the 9 landing pads like I have now. Because I'll always have, you know, one of my vehicles in my backup tool. So I only need 9 landing pads. I do think I would spread your hangars. Yeah, the whole thing's getting redesigned. Yeah, it's staggered right now. So it goes one up the middle, and then one on the left and right, and then one up the middle, and then one on the left and right, and then one in the middle, and then one on the left and right. So it is staggered, you just can't tell because it's not staggered very much. And that's because I had a limited space to go vertical with it. So I'm going to be moving it over to the corner of the far corner from my main base. And I'm going to place it on that corner and build it up off the corner a little better. And then it'll be much, much taller. And have better... it'll be taller, it'll be wider. It'll be just kind of grander in every way. Yo, I can't wait for some tank action. Can't wait for some tanks. Can't wait for some more types of ornithopters like Gravy said. Can't wait for some more modules. The vehicle system in this game has a really good chance to be really, really good. And so either they leave it how it is now and it's just trash forever, or they put some effort in, upgrade it, get us some new stuff, and it could seriously be like the most cool part of this game. So I'm hopeful. Cautiously optimistic. We'll see. I don't know if there's like a personal Iron Man suit style thing in the Dune universe. You know, we've already got suspensor belts and stuff. So maybe something with some sort of a propulsion system instead of a suspensor system. That was almost like a personal vehicle type thing. I mean, I guess the Scout Ornithopter kind of fits that bill. Because it is a personal vehicle. The one-seater. I don't know. I don't know what I want. I don't know what the lore says. I just know I want more. I want the world. I want the whole world. Give it to me now. Where we at? Leave working about 40 minutes. Anything specific you need in the game? You better wake up. Shape up, isn't it? Yes, it is. Pew. Zap the rock with my laser beam. Meow. There are lots of plant fibers over here this week. We're going to have to make sure that we do plenty of aluminum farming and get lots of plant fibers so that we can have some extra particulate filters. We're going to need 1,200. We'll need 1,200 plant fibers every single day to keep 40 of the water catchers, or the water traps, running every single day. Which, on average, from last week, I was only getting about 300 per aluminum trip. So that would be 4 trips for aluminum every single day, which I won't really need to do, so. This is Sparta! Sorry, all the jasmium is mine. You can't have it. My jasmium. Oh. Vehicle's all full. Can I drive back off over this way? I think I can. Yeah, I can. Rin. You know it. All the jasmium is mine. Taco gave me access to the jasmium base so I can get down there. Get some. I wonder when they're going to give us the ability to pick up storage containers with the carry-all. Because I think that's definitely the ticket. Give us the ability to pick up one of those plastanium storage containers. Go with the buggy because the buggy and Shoal, no one has access because I guess that guy forgot. Access permissions in this game suck. What a load of trash. access permissions in this game are. They hyped it up too as like this super cool, you can give anybody permissions on anything. No, you can't. It's all garbage. Maybe I take my buggy down there and give everyone access, since technically it's a guild buggy, since I used extra parts the guild had. I mean, utility vehicles like that are just kind of silly to have personal versions of anyway. Like, I could understand wanting your own personal assault, wanting your own personal scout, especially the scout because you can put it in your backup tool. But having a buggy that's just yours is kind of silly. You know, you want enough buggies that anybody who wants to go farm has enough. And honestly, you probably want a buggy per person. But locking down the permissions is probably just going to hurt in the long run. Yeah, we got, yeah, there you go. Lots of buggies. A large sandstorm is approaching. Yeah, Damien, but you see these are staggered on the left and the right. So the left and the right are slightly above. And I'll do that again, but I'll probably double the distance between each one. At least, maybe triple. I don't know.
Sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
You're a large sandstorm. You're approaching. All right.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, so I reread that. And I understand what you're talking about. But they are staggered right there, like that. Right? It's stupid. It's one left, one right at the top, and then the next row is just one in the middle, and then one left, one right, and then one in the middle. So there just isn't enough space between them, but they are staggered. Yeah. Yeah, so I've got... What's the best way to scout for spice fields in the deep desert? Be the luckiest person on Earth? Also, what's up, Edward? Been flying across side to side with my assault, but it's so slow. Yeah, so the problem is, if you fly with a faster vehicle, then you don't have your storage, right? So you got to go back to a base somewhere and get your assault and bring it back out if you do find a spice. So there's not really any value in going out like, you know, with a tier 6 thruster on your scout ornithopter and looking for them. You move considerably faster, but you're still going to just end up having to go back to where your assault is to get it. By the time you get back out to the spice blow, it's probably going to be taken by somebody else. My only really good suggestion for really maximizing the amount of spice you get is to harvest spice on the server downtime or server off time. Because the biggest hindrance to you getting spice isn't finding the spice so much as it is all the other people out there. Because one medium spice blow can fill up your assault like 3 times. But if there's, you know, 2 or 3 other people there, then you might only get 1 fill up, and then you're back to flying around looking for spice again. So usually I don't start farming my spice until about midnight Mountain Time, which is about 11 p.m. Pacific. And by then, usually, there aren't nearly as many people. And then I go to the big spice blows. I go to the ring mouths late at night. And usually it's just a bunch of solos just trying to get some spice. And you can fill up, you know, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. And then just call it a day there. But yeah, I mean, the deep desert is just in a really bad spot right now, Edward, because we don't have the faction system really operating well. So it's really difficult for, you know, solos or smaller groups or anything like that to participate in some of the bigger activities because you're not working together with your faction. It's just kind of a guild versus guild, everyone for themselves thing out there right now. And so it's just not really working as expected or as desired, I don't think. $401. One thing I haven't figured out is it possible to tell from far distance just by the spice cloud which type of spice field is exploded? So I have a hard time distinguishing between the medium and the larges, Edward. But I don't have a hard time distinguishing the smalls because the smalls always dissipate really fast. The smalls explode and then almost instantly dissipate. And then the mediums and the larges last for longer. So the medium and the large are really hard for me to tell, but the small is easy. And since I don't really worry, you know, the larges always spawn in the same spot. You can go find where all the ring mouths are. And then that's just always where the larges will be. So, you know, if it looks like it's not there, then it must be a medium. Yeah, I think it is more based on bloom time. And the mediums and the larges just bloom for a really long time. Because, you know, they want you to be able to see them. Because they want to create competition over those. They don't necessarily want competition over the small ones. Because there's not enough spice there to compete. So it just explodes and whoever happens to see it and gets it. And then the medium and the large ones, they want, you know, to be able to be seen for longer from further away so that they can draw more people in and get fighting and stuff like that. Yeah, the smalls are only like 500 spice, Damien. Yes, that is also correct. You do not see mediums in Haga. It is only smalls. Alright. Are we up to 20 of these bad boys now? Do we have 2 million water storage? Biome. Look at all that. A little more silicone, we'll get one more. 2.1 million water. Yes. Yes. Yeah, so industrial pumps were a really hard thing for me to get until today. I didn't know this until last night. Somebody, I think, told me on stream once, but I never implemented it. But since this is the only place I know of to get industrial pumps, you can just switch sieges and get the chests again. So I spent like an hour and a half today farming industrial pumps and got like 150. So my industrial pump action is going to be blowing up here real soon. But yeah, I'm looking to get 60 of those. So I'm going to need about 1,500 industrial pumps. Because I want to have 6 million water storage and 6 million passive water production in my base. He's been farming industrial pumps by switching sieges and farming Sentinel City, which means you can do the same thing with calibrated servos. Yeah, and calibrated servos are another huge deal. Because they take calibrated servos for both these, as well as the directional wind turbines. I have 800k water storage and 9 advanced death stills. That's already some work to keep the 9 corpse. Oh yeah, so that's why I'm doing, because I'm by myself and playing solo. I think for solos, the passive water is actually a much better option because you're only going to be able to farm so many resources and you can only use up so much water when you're by yourself. So the death stills are great, but depending on, for example, like how much you play. So well, so let's do a little math, Edward. One single medium ore refinery can make 120 plutonium ingots an hour because it takes 30 seconds for it to make a plutonium ingot, and it costs 1,350 water to make the stravidium fiber and the plutonium ingot. So if you want to run a single medium ore refinery on plutonium for 24 hours, you have 120 made an hour. times 24 hours times 1,350 water means you need 3.88 million water. Every 10 wind traps you make gives you 1.5 million water. So if you want to be able to run a single medium refinery on Plastanium 24 hours a day, then you need about 27 large wind traps just to get the water for those Plastanium ingots, which means you will also need about 14 directional wind turbines, because you can get actually probably 13 directional wind turbines, because you can get a little more than 2 large water traps per directional wind turbine. Well, so you get 80 production facilities though. So if I make, 24 of these large wind traps, I'm going to make 40, but say you made, 27 of these, and then you make 13 directional turbines, you're only using 40 of your potentially 80 production facilities, right? So you're only halfway sucking up your stuff. So that's why I'm going to go with 40 of these. So I'm going to make 40 of these wind traps to get me 6 million water a day. And that should keep me going on aluminum, duraluminum, silicone, cobalt paste, plastanium, spice. Like, I should be able to run everything, I think, pretty easy as a solo on 6 million water a day. And then I want to have, because I'm only by myself, and because nobody's going to be like logging in when I'm asleep to use up the water, then I'm going to make sure that I have plenty of storage so that I can store a whole day worth of water at least. So even if I don't get on for a day, I'll come back, I'll have a full day of water. I can trigger a bunch of stuff to suck up some water real quick and then get back to producing at a really high rate. But you get 150 storage facilities. So, I think they were kind of planning on you trying to store a shit ton of water. Because, the only thing that takes up your storage facility locations, you get 150. So the only thing that takes up storage for you is your containers and your cisterns. And nothing else counts as a storage facility as far as I know. So, you're kind of looking at like 75 cisterns, 75 storage containers. And, that's so much storage for resources and stuff that, honestly, I don't even know if I could fill up 75 of these medium storage containers. They're so massive. So, yeah, we're going to make as many of the storage containers as we need. We're going to try and get to 6 million water storage. We may go beyond 6 million water storage at some point, depending on how many of these storage containers we actually need and fill. And I feel pretty good about that. I feel pretty comfortable with it. It's a process, right? I'm not going to just drop 60 cisterns today. I've only got 21 right now. So, I'm still looking. I'm only a third of the way to where I want to be. And I don't have all my water catchers and all that, so. Yeah, well, and so that's also what I'm doing, Edward, is I'm trying to get to a point where the game's end game loop feels better. So this is busy work for me until they fix the faction system. This is my fuel generators. My fuel generators are about to die because I only have 3 days, 20 hours of uptime on these. . 'Cause I'm I think all of my directional wind turbines have tons of power. Yeah. So my lowest directional wind turbine has, oh no, 4 hours. There we go. 3 days, 19 hours. Yeah, there was something didn't have fuel. We're good now. I probably need to make some more lubricants. I need to go get more servos so I can make more of these. I just paid my taxes. I got 12 days. Why are you rushing me, dude? Well, it can kiss my butt. Oh no, I'm out of spice residue. Poop. Gonna have to start going and get more spice. I don't like it. It's not okay. Not okay. That's exactly right, Damien. I dare that tax collector to come try and knock on my door. I got all the guns. I'll shoot him right in his ugly tax collecting face. Need 300 more melange and I'll have a large spice refinery in my HD base. Nice. Yeah, I definitely want to get large refineries in here. Unfortunately, I don't think there's anywhere in my base that a large spice refinery will fit right now. Pretty sure I'm gonna have to make some adjustments. I can fit a large ore refinery over here, but I can't fit a large spice refinery. Yeah. I've got to redesign the whole base. So on the 20th of this month, Edward, so in like 4 or 5 days, I'm having my 1-year streaming anniversary. And so I'm going to try and do like a big 24-hour stream. So I'm trying to get all of this stuff built, all of these cisterns, all these water traps, all the power, so that I know what I'm working with. And then I've already extended out my ownership area with staking units. So I own like the whole side of this mountain. And so what I want to do is it goes all the way over there. It goes all the way down. It goes up quite a ways to the very top of that. And it goes almost all the way down to the ground. So I'm going to get all of the structures and stuff that I know I'm going to want. And then on the 20th, I'm going to do a 24-hour stream. And I'm going to do some building and stuff and try and submit for the contest. I'm currently non-faction affiliated. So I'm going to do all the chome structures and just try and build something really huge and cool on the side of this mountain. I'm probably going to tear that down. I'm probably going to tear this whole building down and just kind of start fresh. But I want to know, you know, how many wind traps do I have? How many wind traps am I going to need? Is there a way that I can maybe cover them up a little bit so that they don't necessarily look real ugly? Or, you know, what am I going to have to do? Yeah, it is going to be a lot, but I've got a lot of time. I play a lot, so I've already played for like 400 hours since the game launched, so it should be manageable. It'll give me something to do. Give me a way to while away a little time. Maybe do a roof that has like the castle wall top look. Where you have a block, then a space for a wind trap, then a block. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. That's why I want to get all that stuff made, though, so I know, you know, what am I going to have to do? It's going to be a lot. There's a lot of fucking structures down here. I gotta use the restroom, though. Yep, I'll be right back here in just a minute or two. I'm gonna go take a leak real quick. Yeah, there are definitely some design difficulties with some of the external structures, especially because they're the things that you need the most of. Right? Like, you gotta have a ton of wind traps, and you gotta have a ton of fucking power and stuff. And then all that stuff is just like outside and super ugly. But let's see, what do we want to do? Let's go get some jasmium. Definitely gonna need some jasmium. Let's grab our radiation suit here. And then let's bounce. Asshole. Hope they add a lot more skins and colors, etc. for transmogging. I hope so too. I hope they add a lot of that stuff, but I hope they add lots of in-game ways to get those things. Oh, I didn't take all of my aluminum. I'm all for, video games finding ways to monetize and stuff. That's perfectly fine with me. But going after and trying to earn cosmetics is, I think, a big part of gameplay. Oh, yeah. See you later there, Damien. Have fun farming all those duraluminums that you need to get. So as a creator, I like Twitch drops because I like the idea of, the games that I play specifically motivating other players to come and drop by the stream and just see if they like it. So I like really, really fast Twitch drops. Something that asks you to go into a stream and watch for 10 or 15 minutes to get, some sort of a cosmetic or something like that, I think is really valuable to me personally as a creator. Because I think 10 or 15 minutes is probably all it would take for somebody to decide if maybe they were going to want to come back on their own sometime or not. And I certainly don't want to try and force somebody to, sit here with my stream open for 3 hours or something to get their drop. Because that really, honestly, motivates people more just to keep things on in the background and not actually interact with them than it does to get on and, legitimately check out a streamer. I also kind of liked the idea, and again, this is for very selfish reasons, of the cosmetics that they had where you could do 2 gifted subs on a stream and then earn a cosmetic through Twitch that way. Because that was, a way for them to share some of their cosmetic revenue with the people who were making content about their game, and ultimately just giving lots and lots of free press to the game. And so I thought that was kind of cool. I would prefer not to see those things happen a lot. I think that having something like that at the launch of your game is probably pretty cool. And then just allowing that one cosmetic to persist. So every time somebody sees the game and decides they want to play it and then finds a creator that they like, and then, oh, hey, I have an excuse to go ahead and support this creator and I get a little something out of it in the game. That seems pretty cool to me. But I certainly wouldn't want to see that become a really oversaturated thing where a game was putting out hundreds of cosmetics that way, or giving some sort of limited time to those cosmetics where, if you give 2 gifted subs this month, you get this, but it's only going to be here for this month. So here's some FOMO action, go spend some money. That would bother me. But I think if you launch with something like that, and then it just is perpetually available, then I think that has some value. Just for building the community and integrating the community with the game a little. But yeah, beyond that, I'm down for paid cosmetics. The Atreides officer skin they had on Twitch was social outfit only, which wasn't clearly advertised. It would be nice for the paid skins to be able to apply to any type of armor in game. I did not know it was only a social outfit. Wow. Yeah, that's That's crazy. But I do also think, so I come from playing the original Guild Wars, was one of the big MMOs that I grew up playing in, I don't know, in my early 20s, late teens. And I really, really liked that game. And one of the biggest draws that motivated you to go out and grind and farm weapons and armors and stuff in the same zones over and over again was trying to find the weapon or armor that you wanted with the stats that you wanted in the skin that you wanted. Because it was really easy in that game to get like the best gear, but it was really hard to get the best gear with like the crystalline sword skin or something like that. And so it caused a lot of people to play a lot more than maybe they would have. Oop, I'm gonna die. Ruh-roh. Jerk. So yeah, I would really like to see a return to something like that, where the end game fashion was also a part of the end game grind. In this base, I don't even bother killing the enemies, just run ID band double chest. Yeah, I've tried that a couple of times. And I kind of suck at video games, so I always end up dying. When you're a garbage can, you have to hedge your bets, do things the safe way instead of the efficient way. Also, I don't run any of the like meta melee builds or anything like that, because I'm not particularly fond of melee in this game, so. So there's really no point in that as far as I'm concerned, because if I build a base out here, then I still have to move all the resources back to my main base. Unless I'm going to build a base out here that actually allows me to refine, then I don't save any time by building a base out here. Now, if I had all this stuff to refine all of my materials out here, then for sure. I mean, I wouldn't say it takes me more than 3 minutes to drive my buggy back and forth, maybe 5. I mean, it's not a terribly long trip. Now, where I messed up is I didn't measure my base. So my base doesn't reach all the way to the ground. So I actually have to fly my resources up to my base from that little spot where I keep my buggy on the ground. And that causes me a lot of time, but that doesn't really change the fact that the base over here doesn't really have a ton of value. And also because I'm solo and I want to be able to have bases out in the deep desert, I don't have any extra fiefs because I got to have somewhere to keep my buggy. And then I got to have an extra fief to take out into the deep desert. Of course, I don't even know if I care about having a base in the deep desert either, because the same problem occurs if you're not refining your materials in the deep desert. Then having a deep desert base isn't actually saving you any time, because you just bring the resources back. I think they were kind of moving in the right direction when they reduced the cost of structures in the deep desert, but I think they might want to go even farther with it to really motivate people to build bases out there. They might want to increase the yield of bases made in the deep desert, and then specifically increase the yield again of bases made in the PvP section of the deep desert. And that thought actually just came to me. But a big part of the reason that the deep desert feels so dead is because, especially now that we have the really large PvE area of the deep desert, there are significantly fewer people doing significantly fewer things. Oops. Wrong way. And it's also really difficult to accomplish anything in the deep desert because, you know, you have to get a bunch of water going, you have to get a bunch of power going, you have to do all this stuff out there, and it just makes it really prohibitive to try to create or refine materials out there. So I think if they made it easier to refine or increased refining yields and gave some real proper motivation to build out there, then people would do that more. Now, personally, I think that risk versus reward gameplay is bad, but that does seem to be the direction they're going. And so if they want to motivate that and they want to have stuff going on out there, then that's definitely a path they could take. But as things stand right now, I don't actually think there's any value at all in building a deep desert base. I don't think you gain anything from it. I don't think you save time. Because you've got to bring all the resources out there. You have to be able to make, you know, a bajillion water catchers and stuff like that out there so you can get enough water. You've got to do all that stuff, and I mean, those resources are just heavy. So you end up having to make as many trips as you would if you just went out there and farmed the resources and brought them back to your main base in Haga. So I don't even think it's valuable to do like a base in the PvP section or PvE section. Oh my god, they brought the Ranch Crispy Snack Wrap back at McDonald's? Ooh. What's up, Illicit Truth? How are you? Thanks for the follow, by the way. I saw that pop up yesterday while I was doing some things not on stream. Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. What I'm waiting for, and what I'm always waiting for, is the bacon mushroom melt at Wendy's. Oh, this is no you. Oh, okay. Got it, got it. Got it, got it. Oh, yeah. Dude, farming on the buggy by yourself is such a pain in the ass because you can't switch quick. I understand that they wanted to have some sort of tandem gathering environment and that, like, that's kind of cool. But honestly, because of the way the controls are already set up, because you move left and right with your A and D keys, right? You use all WASD to move this. They could have just made it so that my camera can control the cutter ray turret, right? You don't even need to make me switch spots. Just let me control the cutter ray turret, right? Let me hold right click. Let me fucking whatever. Give me a way to control the cutter ray turret without switching seats. And then just let me go solo farm. I get it. You want to have people working together. Cool. Doesn't work. Change it up. My fob's done. We have 200k water now. Depending on how fast that depletes, we'll build more. So is that 4 advanced corpse things, Gravy? That's true. That should def be the case. Same with the rocket attachment. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can just shoot rockets off of your scout, right? And off of your assault. So why can't I just shoot rockets off of my buggy? I mean, I understand they do way more damage than the assault rockets and stuff, but that's because it's a ground-based vehicle. That makes total sense. So just let me shoot them. 5 wind traps takes a lot of space. Yeah, that is a lot of space. That is only 200,000 water. Well, that's 250,000 water per 8 hours, though, Gravy. So 5 wind traps is only going to get you about 750,000 water a day. Cool, cool. Yeah, I mean, just as long as you're aware and you kind of know what the math is going to look like. Rock your body. Come on, rock your body. Yeah, the logistics of water in this game is an extremely unique experience because of how limiting they've made it. Gotta take off. Thanks for the chat. Good luck on the 20th with 24-hour stream. Hey, thanks a lot. And thanks for stopping by, Edward. It's always nice to see those new faces, get new people to talk to. I am probably not the most knowledgeable streamer in the game, but I think I've got a pretty decent handle on the game and on the logistics and building side. So if you ever have any questions, don't hesitate to stop by and ask. I very much like to answer questions. Makes me very happy. But like I was saying, so the logistics of water in this game is pretty unique to survival games, especially survival PvP games. The one that I play the most is Ark Survival Evolved. And so in that game, building different bases in different places to refine different resources is really valuable. Even when you're not in the tech tier and you're not getting to just like teleport around and stuff, And the reason for that is because you can always... Yeah, it's 53k every hour per wind trap. Or sorry, yeah, 53k every 8 hours per wind trap. That is correct. You can do the math yourself. It's 1.75 water per second. But in those other games, you don't have the same limit on production facilities, and you also don't have the same requirements for production. Production in those games is much, much easier. And so you really just need your refining bench and the resource that you're trying to refine, not this additional third resource that has an extremely limited ability to gather. And so because of that, I think a lot of people are trying to take a lot of the paths that you would normally go in, like, say, an Ark or a Rust. But it just doesn't quite come out right when you're doing it in this game, because water is really the limiting factor in all of the stuff that you do in this game. It's all about water. Isn't there a second Ark game coming soon? Yeah, so Ark 2 was supposed to come out like 3 years ago. And I'm still a little hopeful for Ark being good. We'll see. I'm pretty interested in Ark 2 still, and I will play it. But I'm not particularly happy with Ark Survival Ascended. It was very, very cash grabby and didn't really stand up to the same values that the first one did, where they were very, very customer oriented when they made Evolved, and then their publisher got really greedy and really stupid, and Snail Games kind of ruined that customer first attitude that Wildcard had when they made the first Ark. And Ark Survival Ascended is absolute trash. And so I'm worried that something similar to that is going to end up happening to Ark 2. And the game's just going to come out in a really, really unfinished garbage state. That's designed mostly to, you know, push microtransactions and garbage like that. So we'll see. We'll probably play it at least to give it a try regardless. But I imagine that it will be designed in such a way that my excitement for the game will be very, very short-lived. Yes, Hermito is muted. How long have I been muted for? Did y'all hear me talk about the DLCs at all? Or was I just muted for that whole time like a jackass? What an asshole. For the past 50 to 60 seconds, probably. Okay. Okay. So you did hear most of the stuff about the DLCs then. Yeah, I've never actually played any of the other Funcom games, though. No. Okay. Well, so they don't have a microtransaction shop, Illicit Truth, but they do have cosmetic DLCs that they're going to be selling like through the Steam store and stuff. So there is still sort of a microtransaction shop. It's just not an in-game accessible shop. And so it's not like constantly popping up and being like, come to the cosmetics shop and buy microtransactions. But they're doing it through a season pass system. So when you buy the season pass, you're going to get content DLCs alongside cosmetic DLCs.
Sector weather alert. A large
And
sandstorm is approaching.
so if you want all the content and you want all of the cosmetics, you will have to buy the season passes. But I do prefer a system like that to maybe a more aggressive microtransaction in-game system. Just because I feel like you're going to end up getting a lot more value per dollar than you would if it was just a microtransaction in-game nickel and dime style system. Where, you know, they're like, here, buy this $5 armor skin, buy this, you know, $10 building skin, buy this, you know, $6 ornithopter skin. And then all of a sudden you spent $50. But I'm down with the DLC system. And since it's also incorporating, you know, you buy the season pass primarily for the content, and then you're also getting cosmetics on that, I think is a really good way to go about it. Because I would happily spend, you know, $20 to $50 a year on content DLCs. And if as part of that, I'm also just getting some cosmetic DLCs with it, then that seems fairly consumer oriented to me. I'm totally down for, you know, yearly content updates and buying. Oh, I never took the ore out, did I? So I'm an idiot. I'm down for buying an expansion every year. You know, I'm cool with games like WoW and Final Fantasy 14 and stuff like that, dropping yearly or 2 yearly expansions, and, you know, even paying a full sticker price. And I'm even okay with a full sticker price for the expansion on top of a monthly subscription. Right? All of that stuff seems fine to me because I expect it to ensure a top quality experience, right? Games like WoW and games like Final Fantasy 14 are also some of the games where you get the best support experiences when you're trying to when you're trying to report people for doing things they're not supposed to be doing. They have the best anti-cheat systems. They have the best control over their bot problems and stuff like that. I'm not saying they're perfect because they're not. There's still lots of botting that goes on in Final Fantasy XIV and WoW. But I definitely think they have it way more under control than, games like Lost Ark or Throne and Liberty or something like that. On the East Coast, you happen to be... no, I am not on the Harmony server. I actually think I'm on the Butez server. But I'm in Mountain Time. I live in New Mexico. I didn't even pay attention to what server I was picking when I joined. Mala pistol. I can make 12 house burst drill shots. That's hilarious. I've lived in New Mexico my entire life, illicit, so I don't really notice. Also, I don't go outside. It's actually been a couple of weeks since I've been out my front door, so I don't know what the heat's like. One of the Landsrad tasks, deliver 8 scouts. First vehicle delivery task I've seen. I've seen a couple. Oh, wow. Yo Harkonnen is claiming some stuff this time. That's crazy. Well, all of these things are garbage. Yeah, no, we've got deliver spice infused duraluminum dust. Trying to give Asheronian boots and buoyant reapers. Garbage. Garbage. Yo, what up, Taco? Sorry, y'all. Now the taco's here, I think it's probably time for me to go ahead and get off. Just kidding. I feel like Atreides is the main one on our base. Yeah. I think Atreides is like the main one on most servers. I think there are a few servers out there with Harkos, but I think for the most part, people wanted to be the good guys. Oh, I got enough silicon again. I can make this last industrial pump. And I could have 2.2 million water storage. Bammo. I mean, you're right. The Atreides aren't necessarily the good guys. They're the slightly less evil guys that have any sense of honor whatsoever. Everything's running so smooth and good right now. I guess I need to get some more calibrated servos. I really don't like the calibrated servo farm. It's not fun. But we are going to have to do it. That should give us enough servos to get rid of all of these. Do I have any extra lubricant still, or am I going to have to make a bunch of more lubricant? Might have to go on a quick little fuel cell pickup. Yeah, I don't think I have any lubricants. So, fuel cells, calibrated servos. And then I don't really know. But I do think before we get on that, I want to take a quick little break here, get some food. I'm getting a little hungry. So if y'all give me just a couple of minutes, I'll be right back with some delicious peanut butter and jelly tacos. All right. I'm judging what you do. You're judging me for peanut butter and jelly tacos? Oh, right, right. I remember now about the conversation yesterday about the taco murder. That's fine. A predator doesn't care about prey's opinion. You think a lion ever wonders themselves? I wonder what that gazelle thinks. The survival hermit does not care about the opinion of a taco. Besides, I'm eating peanut butter and jelly tacos. I'm eating like the weird, obscure branch of your family that nobody talks. This isn't like a beef taco or a fish taco, somebody from the main family line. These are those people off in the wings that, like, sure, they're related, but we don't ever hang out with them and nobody ever admits that we're related. You know what I mean? Well, I'm sorry then. Guess you shouldn't have been so weird. I don't know what to tell you. I need to know what's the percent increase from Mark 5 to Mark 6 cut array handheld. Lucky Mark 6 gives 116 titanium. Add sprinkles. What is this, Australia? Are we having fairy bread now? I'm actually not a fan of the sprinkles. If we want to put some sort of sweet candy in there, we could do like some chopped up bits of Reese's or some Reese's Pieces or something. Reese's Pieces, especially, to add a little crunch with the shells. But just plain sprinkles doesn't really sound that great. Okay, I'm not going to eat glitter. Why are you trying to kill me? they make edible glitter. I don't. I mean, like maybe mix it up in some cake icing or something, so you could have a really shiny cake. I'm sorry, you put edible glitter in your energy drinks? It's in a can. Can't even see it. Oh, I'm judging you. I have put some weird stuff in my mouth. But edible glitter in an energy drink is the all-time strangest. Still, what do you just like get sparkly rainbows or something? This is insane. Must be how they get the unicorn poop in Ark from the unicorns to be all rainbow colored and shiny. Put glitter in the unicorn food. I just can't even. My brain has turned off. You broke my brain. It can't get past the absurdity of putting edible glitter in a fucking energy drink. I just want to curl up on my bed and just not interact with the world for a couple of hours so I can process what the fuck is going on. Oh, I will, Zero Gravy. I will. Thanks for hanging out today. I hope you have a good sleep. Oh, here come the pictures. Oh my goodness. Let's go see this. Let's go see. Nope. Never gonna happen. Were you on the toilet shitting sparkling rainbows because you ate too much edible glitter, Illicit? Does it? I mean, does it actually have a taste? Or is it just $5 of flavorless sparkle? No taste. Okay, so it literally just sparkles. That is the most decadently American thing I've ever heard in my life. When you've gotten to the point that you can't make food taste better by increasing its richness or by enhancing its flavors because you've just gone so far with those things, that the next step to making food taste better is make it sparkle. That's I mean that's just ridiculous. I don't know if I want to live in this world anymore. Fucking sparkling food. I don't even know what to do with myself anymore. I'm lost. Running around in circles in my base like an asshole. Use up the rest of that sour fland. Flower sand. We're gonna have a little over 1,000 silicone when we're all done. I need to get some more of that. Get some of that titanium. I need to go do that myself because I'm all out of plastanium pretty much, and I'm all the way out of spice residue for my particle filters. But I don't want to go out there in the middle of the day. It's like prime time right now. And that just doesn't sound like any fun. At all. So we might just run in fucking circles. The other thing is, honestly, I'm tired of flying my resources up here. I want to be able to get my buggy into my base. It's starting to aggravate me to not be able to do that. Black. I'm just gonna have to keep flying my shit up there until I get a carrier. Because there's definitely no way that I can ramp it. Why is this game trying to ruin my life? It's ruined. Don't know what to do about it. Wee. I love that I can just fly all the way up there. It was very nice. All right, we're gonna go out. We're gonna get some fuel cells. While we're getting fuel cells, we're just gonna go ahead and get aluminum and plant fibers also, because we need all of those things. And because there aren't really enough fuel cells to fill up on fuel cells. And I don't want to just do a little bitty trip and then come back half empty. So we might as well fill it all the way up. Birds flying high. You know how I feel. Birds in the sky. You know how I feel. We're going to skip some of these early aluminums, because I don't want to get more aluminum. I want to be able to make sure I get every single fuel node. There's lots of aluminum on this route this week, so we can skip quite a few of these and be just fine. I have a question for some of y'all who are maybe a little more audio engineer savvy than I am. I have a really thick, heavy blanket. And so I'm going to start trying to speak a little more loudly and a little more forcefully while I'm talking, because I think that'll improve my inflection and improve, you know, just the overall quality of the sound here. But I don't want to necessarily be bothering my older brother the whole time I'm streaming. And just having him be able to hear this muffle of me talking through the wall. And so if I hang that really thick blanket like halfway across my room, in between the wall that we share and where I sit, do you think that that will absorb enough of the sound to probably keep that from happening? Or will it have any sort of positive effect at all? Or is that kind of a waste of time? I don't think it has to do a lot. You know, I can hear him talking in the next room. And so I kind of understand how much he's probably hearing me. And it's not a terribly large amount, although I think I'm speaking a little louder than he is. But just a little something that'll maybe prevent too much sound from carrying over in case he's taking a nap, or you know, for some reason he's going to be asleep during the day because of work, or just whatever it is. I'm pretty sure that it'll work. I don't know a ton about sound, but I do understand that anytime you put something in the way, especially something that isn't very reflective, like a blanket is not a very reflective surface when it comes to waves, that you're going to have quite a bit. Maybe if I hang it in a pattern. So instead of hanging it instead of hanging it flat, if I hang it in a jagged pattern, would that do better? Or is that more about reflection than it is about muffling? Oh, I haven't been getting my plant fibers. I know that a lot of like amateur sound booths and stuff are mostly made just by hanging really heavy blankets to help muffle some of the recoil and sound and, you know, some of the outside sounds and stuff like that. It's used as, you know, sort of cheap amateur soundproofing. So I feel like it'll probably work. It'll also cut me off from my window, which sometimes there are super loud people outside, and sometimes there are super loud cars outside. And so if it would also add any sort of muffling effect to the sounds that I hear from outside, that would be a super big improvement for me personally. 'Cause I hate knowing that the outside exists. I would very much prefer to just be able to forget that anything beyond the four walls of my room is even there. That would be the ideal. I think we're going to try it. I think the day after I get off a stream, I'm going to go ahead and hang that bad boy up. See what happens. It'll also kind of bisect my room nice, which will give me like the sleeping part of my room and the working part of my room, which might help me go to sleep better, because I probably won't be able to like see my bed because it'll be on the other side of the blanket, and maybe that will motivate me to just like get up and go to my bed because I won't feel like I'm in the same room. I know a lot of people have said, I've seen a lot of stuff about having difficulty sleeping and stuff, and one of the biggest things is separating your bedroom from your computer. And I've never done that. My entire life, my computer has lived within 10 feet of my bedroom or my bed. Who knows? We got any fuel cells up this way? Where are we at as far as weight. We're pretty good. We are pretty good. We crash. So much aluminum. I have farmed a ridiculous amount of aluminum in the last 4 or 5 days. Since I've started just doing the Haga Basin grind and gathering up stuff. There is no way that people have big enough bases with enough, you know, water and water storage and stuff like that. Like, there's maybe some guilds that do, but there are definitely no solos out there who have put in the required time, because there is so many resources you have to farm. I play a stupid amount of video games, and I am not even halfway there. Whoops. Repair these treads real quick. And this engine. Some of this other stuff. Nice. I honestly kind of like the vehicle repair system in this game. Um, you know, the fact that there's a tool for it, the fact that you get to aim at each of the specific pieces that are built on there. It's all pretty cool. It's pretty basic, but for a basic system, it's very interesting. I'm a fan. Flying up into the sky. Flying up, up, up into the sky. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, la, ba, da, ba, ba. That's weird. That's fucking strange. My assault ornithopter just like fell through my landing pad. That's not okay. Why would you do that to me, game? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Why? Ruh-roh, I need spice residue for my industrial grade lubricants. I'm gonna have to actually go get spice tonight. That's gonna really be a thing. Hmm. The other thing I need to look into is why this specific time of day is so shit to be streaming during. There's like a good 2 hours during this time.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oop, better go move my assault. Like a good hour and a half, 2 hours. Maybe it's because everybody's on their way home. That would only really account for one time zone. I don't really know. But it's probably something I need to figure out, because my stream keeps overlapping this period of time, and I think this happened to me before when I was doing Once Human too. When I started streaming a little later in the afternoon, things would really slow down, like specifically right now. And it's a little difficult to stay motivated. So let's see here. Let's go check the research. What does the research say? It's a Tuesday at 6. Well, see, that doesn't make any sense to me. I guess there's a pretty drastic increase in the number of people streaming. About a 20% increase between 6 and 7. And there's a pretty significant increase in the number of people watching, though, which is way more. It's like a 33% increase in average viewers, or in total viewers. Is there somebody who just started streaming right now? Like a really, really big creator? Oh, there aren't really any really, really big creators streaming Dune at all anymore. That's crazy. There's a couple people pushing 300, but I guess Streamer House has over 1K. But most of the over 1,000 are gonzo. I don't know. That's really weird. Mm-hmm. No idea. Okay, well, we're just gonna keep going. We got ourselves some aluminum. We've got all of this stuff running really well. We have a lot of jasmium, so let's go see about a big pickup of flour sand. And then once we get the flour sand, we will see about maybe some calibrated servos. Maybe we'll spend an hour or so farming calibrated servos. Because that's a big one. Gotta have lots of calibrated servos. Right here, right? Or is it right here? I think it's over here. Fudge knockers. Allergies are getting to me. I live in a desert. There shouldn't be any allergies. There's nothing alive here. I call shenanigans. Bullshit, ref. Freaking bullshit. It's astounding. Time is fleeting. Madness takes control. Give me my flower sand. I need so much flower sand. Flower, freaking flower sand. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I wonder if I stand where I don't make noise and I shoot where I do make noise. That counts as noise. For the sake of the worm coming. It doesn't appear like it does. Looks like I could probably just hop back and forth like this. And maybe not have to change flower sand locations like I normally do. By just standing here. And doing lines like this. Only halfway there. I am definitely still going to have to go to the other spot. And I'm about to break everything you say to me. Brings me one step closer to the edge, and I'm about to break. Need a little room to breathe. Okay, game. What kind of a joke is this? Oh, sad. I didn't see that spice a little while ago. Now I'm all full and I can't get it. That is depressing. That's sounding pretty ominous there. Can't tell if that's in my headset in the game or in real life, or if I'm hallucinating. Hopefully it was not me hallucinating. That's the last thing I need. Is to be legitimately going crazy. I don't think I can handle it. Pretty sure it'd be too much for me. That is a lot of flower sand and a lot of silicone. Which is great, because we're going to need a lot of silicone so we can make a bunch of stuff with these fuel cells. One of the last things I'm really going to need a lot of today is calibrated servos. I have a lot of spice still, at least when it comes to just needing a little bit at a time for these things. That's enough for what? 10, 15, 13 of these, and enough for like 30 of these. 20, 23. Yeah, so 13 and 23. That's not bad. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the same trick we were using to do industrial pumps earlier, where we switch sieges. We're going to use that to make sure we can get a lot of calibrated servos. We'll go to 3, maybe 4 different sieges, try and get about 1,000 calibrated servos. It's going to be pretty boring, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do, right? Oh snap, there's somebody else. Let's go say howdy. Dune. They didn't seem all that interested in me saying howdy. Why is it trying to take me way over there? Don't make no damn sense. Boop. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. Nerd. Nerd. Got a notification. Probably. Nope. That day. Do you want my love? I'm pretty sure that's the only chest in this one that has, yeah, calibrated servos. Thankfully, it can have a lot more than a lot of the other chests, I think. I've gotten as many as 30 out of just that one chest, which I think makes it worth still going to that POI. There are a couple of the POIs that I don't think it's worth going to. But I don't remember exactly which ones they are. Link. You got blinked in your face because you are a big old nerd. Hey. Don't come running at me with your silly little knife. Jack wagons. They tried to kill me. Now they're freaking dead. That's what happens. Ooh, I got 31 from that one. This is going to be a good run. We're going to get all of the calibrated servos. So many servos. So many freaking servos. I forgot to go get this one up here. Boop. Boop, boop. Don't even care about that fuel cell. It's just a little fuel cell. It don't even matter. And then we go this way. Hello, boys. I'm back. Where'd you go, bud? Blink you in the face. Blink you in the face. Blink you in the face, still you are dead. Gonna blink you in the face. Blink you in the face. Blink you in the face, still you are dead. Hey, another 30 from that one. Yo, this is going great. Boink. We've only gotten to 3 of these. We've already got 150. Ballin' out of control over here. Can I please? Thank you. just want to drop my scout copter. Because I want to fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. Want to fly like an eagle till I'm free. Oh yeah, there's a revolution. Okay, I think this is the one that I don't want to go to. Yeah, because this is the one that's like the quest. So it's that one. And I think this one right here also is the one I don't want to go to. So we're just going to go to these 4 that I actually like. And then we'll switch sieges. Yeah, because 3 of these are this really good layout where there's lots of chests. Perfect. Okay, dude. Can I please not be trapped? How rude. Boink. 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 There once was a dumbass enemy. Oh, why did I even come over here? I need to exit. And then we just gotta wait our nice 30 seconds here. And then we go right into a different siege. Hopefully one that doesn't lag like a mother. While we wait for our 30 seconds, we'll go hit up the Reddit. Did we stop caring about hiding our server and stuff, or is Boots not a real server? No, it's the real server name. In order to do this thing where I switch sieges so that I can continue to farm industrial pumps and stuff like that, because it's per siege that you can access the chests. So I can just flop from my siege to another one. It has to show the names so that I know like which siege and stuff I'm going to. It can't obscure those, or it doesn't obscure those. So I'm still in streamer mode, but it doesn't obscure those when I try and do that. So either I can do all of this farming off stream, or this is the way it has to be. Which is unfortunate, but whatevs. I already messed up by speaking in my global chat, and people have from my server have already figured out that I stream. I guess it's not really that big of a deal. I mean, I did name myself Survival Hermit TTV, and then spoke in chat, so. Whatever. I guess everybody can know. I think it's 60, if I'm not mistaken, illicit. But that's number of people allowed at a time. So I don't know if there is a limit or what the limit is on the number of people who can claim land in a siege. But only 40 or 60 people at a time can physically be on a siege. Yeah, it's 100 in the regions of the deep desert. So each 3x3 grid in the deep desert can have 100 people in it. But then there's a maximum of like 300 people in the entire deep desert. So I'm honestly a little confused. What was that taking me? What is going on with the map right now? But yeah, so instead of the 900 people that you should be able to get into the deep desert, you can only apparently have like 300 people in the deep desert at a time. And only 100 in a 3x3 grid.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
A large sandstorm is approaching. You got shot in your face. Shot right in your face. You used to have a face until I shot you in the face. Boom, there goes your face. Oh, really?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Shoot him up in the face. Barrel, barrel, whoops. No. Okay, we're having a little bit of a lag issue here. And thank you.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
You're a large sandstorm. All right. Now we wait. Can I go outside now? Yay, I can go outside now. Not this one, but this one. Boom. Boom. Boop. Oh, it is so framey right now. They really need to get a handle. If it means they have to reduce, like, the size of the bases we can build, or reduce the number of people who can have bases in a siege, or speed up the decay rate, so the people who abandon their bases lose their bases faster, or set up an option, right? Like, am I abandoning my base and I don't care if it gets deleted? Or am I just taking an extended break, and so maybe the decay rate can be slower for those people? Or something. But what we got right now is booty cheeks. Because it has gotten so freaking laggy in Haga Basin. And since that's really the only content worth playing right now, that's no bueno. No freaking bueno. Can I please? Please pull out. Yeah, there's something. The ping isn't even letting me pull out my freaking. Oh my god. This game is really trying to make me hate it. I'm trying really hard to love it. Just let me love you. Jack wagons. I don't know, maybe it's a me problem. Maybe I need to seriously consider adjusting the video settings. But I feel like that's not the problem. Because I don't have problems when I'm not in certain areas. I don't know. Maybe it's a me problem. Maybe I'm the jackwagon. Choo. Hey, I just thought up a cool mod or module for the vehicles. What if there was a navigation module that autopiloted you to places, so you could like select a spot on the map and it could be like a whole ass module. It could go on your engine or in your cockpit or something like that, and then you just tell it where you want to go and it freaking auto takes you there. That'd be cool. For those real long trips through the deep desert. I mean, I guess we sort of already have that because you can just aim there and go, but... Ooh, here's something interesting. Somebody just put out a roadmap for Bitcraft. Hang on a second. So I'm pretty interested in Bitcraft, if for no other reason than their database system of building games is super cool. So let's see. Somebody said they just put out a roadmap. I don't see anything about a roadmap on the page here. This person just making shit up. Oh, here we go. So we're in July right now. Looks like coming up we'll have just a weekly update, a monthly update, and then another weekly update still in July. We're working on player housing, expanded social features, and cosmetics and decorations. Okay, well, that's not really a very exciting roadmap. At all, actually. But the game itself does seem fairly exciting. There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Bully of Tea. The wind blew harder, bowed it down below, my bully boys blow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side, harpooned and fought her, then she dived down low. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. La da 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 da. La da 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 la da 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 da. Yeah, how did they get these things detached from the actual position that they're supposed to go to? They used to work so well. I used to pin a thing on my map and then I could just go there. And now it seems like as I get closer, the map pin moves. Maybe it's because I'm not in my home siege anymore. Wonder if that's the problem. Seems like it could be likely that that's the problem. Ooh, wait now. Can't aim shit with this lag. Why is this game trying to make me look like a noob? People watching are like, yeah, sure, it's lagging. That's why you suck. I broke it. No. Back here. You got blinked in the face. You got blinked in the face. You got blinked in the face because you suck. You got blinked in the face. You got blinked in the face. You got blinked in the face because you suck. Dang. Dang. What are you looking at, dude? Over here. Dum dum. No. No. Haha, you went the wrong way. No. Let me go. Alright, I think it's time to go back to the home siege. Personally. Honestly, it's probably just generally time to be done with the stream. Solid 5 hours. I probably need to go ahead and just start streaming earlier. I need to refix my schedule and go back to starting at 11. And then we could do, 6 or 7 hour streams. And that would take us right up to the point where things start to slow down a little bit. I think that would probably work better. So I'll try and get to bed early, or stay up all night, or something. So that we can maybe try and fix that. Or maybe the 24-hour stream will fix it, because I'll be going to bed right at midnight. For sure then. And then I can get a good 9 or 10 hours in and then wake up and start at like 11. But I don't know. Not 100%. But I think we're going to call it for the day. So thanks everybody for coming and hanging out. I really appreciate it. We had another really, really good stream today with lots of viewership, lots of interaction, lots of talking, which is hella fun and I love. So thank you all so much for that. And I will be back again tomorrow. I'm probably going to take the 19th off, which is the day before the big 24-hour stream, just so I can try and fix my sleep schedule and get plenty of sleep before I wake up at midnight, start that 24 hours. So we've got, 16th, 17th, 18th. We got 3 more streams and then a day off and then the big 24-hour stream. So I hope to see some folks there, and I hope everybody has a good night. And I will see you all on the next one tomorrow.